Chat room. Chat room, I need to issue a formal apology. Good evening. Hello and good evening. I need to issue a formal apology. Yesterday on Thursday, February 12th, 2026, I did not stream Umineko like I had promised I would. Previously on Tuesday, I did not stream on Thursday because Robbie Dude Robbie Dude was busy appearing on a Sox BX stream, and as a result, I lost track of time, and I only realized what day it was until long after. And I literally screamed because I realized, because I was like, oh dude, I can't wait for Umineko tomorrow. And then I looked, it was like 12, it was like, you know, in the morning, it was like 12 in the morning, and I looked and I saw that it said it was Friday, and I was like, wait, no, because it should be and it fucking hit me all at once in that moment, and I was just like, fuck. No, I felt so bad. I didn't want to say anything in the server because I thought you just weren't feeling it yesterday. No, listen, I get it, and I appreciate, like, on one hand, I appreciate nobody saying anything, because that probably would have made me feel worse. But make no mistake, I want to be here. I want to play this fucking game. I want to play this game every week. The fact that I am limiting myself to once a week is killing me. It's killing me. I want to fucking read this shit I want to read this shit on stream like every day, but I know I can't. I know I shouldn't. So I'm trying very hard to limit myself to once a week. Which is good. It's been keeping me hooked, I think. I think it's been keeping me hooked. Like the amount of time that I've been playing it for each time, and picking, like, you know, really good points to kind of leave off, and leaving me like having to wait until next week to see what happens. Granted, it is going to make this stream last forever, but it was never not going to last forever, so that's perfectly fine. It's quite literally what I signed up for. But what's up, chat room? Welcome. Yeah, we are going to get started here in a second and read some more Umineko When They Cry. So recap, what happened? What happened last time? The last thing we want is for you to burn out. Me too. No, me too. Like genuinely me the fuck too, because I know as soon as I put this game down, like, I don't want to like make it dramatic or anything, but I just knowing myself, the second that I like put this game down for like more than a couple of weeks, in my head it's like, oh, it's over. Like, it's fucking over. So I'm not forcing myself to like stay on it, but I also like am just being aware of who I am. So a recap. Everybody's still dead. People are still fucking dead. Everybody's kind of like calmed down after like the initial shock and horror of seeing everybody fucking like murdered and brutalized. The remaining people are now casting aspersions on each other. because nobody believes, you know, nobody but like the servants and Maria believe that Beatrice exists, and is on the island, which means that they believe that one of the people, like the person that killed everybody, is one of them, and is like, you know, in the mansion. Basically, the calls coming from inside the house. Nobody has seen Kinzo anywhere still. Nobody knows where the fuck Kinzo is. The last person to have seen Kinzo alive was Natsuhi, when she spoke to him and had that very touching, like, heart to heart. And Ava used that to make, accuse, Ava is taking advantage of that to accuse Natsuhi of having done something to Kinzo, because of her little stupid fucking trick with allegedly putting a wrapper, like a gum wrapper, into the, like, crease of the door that, like, she claims is confirmed because Natsuhi noticed it on the ground when she came out. But is basically to say that, like, Kinzo did not, like, Kinzo has not left this room. Right, no. Natsuhi put it in the door, wedged it in the doorway while Natsuhi, or Ava put it in the doorway while Natsuhi was speaking to Kinzo. And then it allegedly only fell out when they went back to go check in Kinzo's study after everything happened. Which means, which in her mind means that, you know, that door never opened. That door did not open at all in that span of time, which means that if Kinzo did not leave the room that first time, then he could not have left any other way besides A, that there is some secret compartment, like some secret entrance or exit that they don't know about, which Nanjo and Genji insist, like, no, there isn't. And so then Ava is also insisting that, like, okay, then fucking Natsuhi must have killed him and, like, thrown him out the window or something, which, like, yeah, okay, like, yeah, like, sure, all right, sure. I don't remember. Oh my god, I really let time get away from me this week because I really wanted to like skim through my VOD just to, like, as like homework basically, because I kind of don't remember much else. I don't remember any of the arguments that were had. Like, I don't remember any of the arguments that Battler uses to refute everything. I know that Battler had a conversation with the servants. Battler had a conversation with the servants and Maria, basically talking about Beatrice and confirming like Maria's knowledge about like the magic circle and everything, the circle that was drawn on the storage shed door, which is like I believe of like Hebrew origins. Her fucking special interest. And everybody just being like, yeah, no, Beatrice is real. Like she is real. You just can't see her because you were not born with a specific like fucking mental wavelength, I guess, to be able to like physically perceive her, but like she is there. And was allegedly like just standing behind Badler at one point. Uh Fuck, I like don't remember anything else. That's as far as I remember. Natsuhi did have that shit on her. She brought the heat out. It was Kinzo's gun from a western that he really liked. And that's all I remember. So we will now be playing. We will now be playing. It will show up on, there we go. All right, start. Still on episode 1. Was the last stream? Oh, okay. Huh. I was about to click on the wrong fucking save file. I was about to click on the very wrong save file. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. Like, yeah. It had begun to feel like the discussion of the case was itself taboo. Since no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. Wait, taboo mentioned? However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled. Feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter. Ooh. Still pouring down. Ooh. Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this island. But it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow. I've had enough of this Western Mansion vacation. Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow? Normally, the boat to take them back would arrive at 3 today. They probably sent us a phone call to say that they would come after the typhoon passed. But unfortunately, the phones aren't working. Yes, also the phone lines, they were going to radio the police to inform them of everything. But the radio was not working and the phone lines are down. So basically the island is its own little fucking world right now, like isolated from everything else. And so they have no choice but to just wait out this typhoon with a killer. But they aren't children over there. They were told to both drop off and collect our guests. So they will most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Probably about 9, I believe. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized it was just past 7. No, because why is it actually just past 7? I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Gota's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. I'm gonna do something crazy here. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Gota, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Cannon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Cannon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't cleverly arrange the food, Cannon's expression darkened quickly. Cannon's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled as though everything was fine. Oh, it's arranged beautifully, Cannon-kun. Aren't you skilled? If it had been Shannon Nason, it would look even more beautiful. Oh, bro. Cannon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Cannon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced. Forget that for now. Genji spoke kindly to Cannon as he advanced a pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the moon had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. Yes, I will forget it for now. Indeed, that is probably for the best. Genji purposefully refrained from facing Cannon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Cannon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words.
I wonder where Kinzo-san has gone. I hope that he is safe, but
I do not know. However, I believe everything has proceeded as the master had hoped and arranged for. To distrust that would exceed my role as furniture in service to the master.
Aren't you scared, Genji-san? I'm frightened that something bad will occur again tonight.
I have nothing to be afraid of. I serve the Ushiromiya family, and that is all. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out of this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion. But he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, here we go. Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard, and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard, lined up equally, without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone? No, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend, just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard?
Genji-san, I am truly frightened about tonight. I hope with all my heart that we will be safe when tomorrow morning comes.
There's some real, like, Final Fantasy VII music. The guest room Ava and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house's construction. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
Guess it's true you can relax more when you're alone with your family. Maybe it'd be better if everyone also shut themselves in guest rooms and locked the doors.
Natsui Ine-san said that no one could leave the parlor, throwing her weight around. I'm sure no one will be able to talk back. She's always been treated so coldly, so now that Nissan's dead, she's getting excited about finally having so much power. I don't really think she's like... I mean, maybe she is a little bit. But, like... I don't think she's really, like, reveling in this, like, situation. Seriously, how shameless can she be?
Come now, don't say that. Natsui-san's doing pretty well. No need to jump on her like that. And about that receipt earlier, you went too far.
Come on. If I hadn't said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it. Ava, sulking cutely and looking at the television, sat alongside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed. Still, we haven't been alone like this for quite some time.
You're right. Come to think of it, both you and I have gotten pretty old. Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye. It really has. I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child. Ava's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Holy shit. A fucking, like, actual conversation between these two. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsui without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Ava herself had thought that, since her name would be moved outside the Ushiramiya register when she got married anyway, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. And then one day, she had a heavenly revelation, or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil, say that again, that she listened to in her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiramiya register? Is that what she did? If things went well, might she have a chance to inherit the Ushiramiya family herself? When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. He just wanted to fuck his wife. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. Aww. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and had quickly agreed to have his name entered in the Ushiramiya family register. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Ava knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsui, oh my god, even way back then, she's, oh my god, messy, catty. She was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer into the Ushiramiya register. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushiramiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome crime, part of her had also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Jesus Christ, man! I have hated Kraus Nissan since long ago. He was so full of himself, always swaggering around, so proud that he would one day become the head, so I wanted to get back at him. Was that just a childish emotion? But in the end, that emotion guided my entire life. If that had been all, then it would have been fine. But because of that emotion, I got you and George involved. I used you. Ava, don't blame yourself for that.
Hideyoshi got up and held Ava's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
Well, I reached the halfway point in my life long ago. But you know, I have absolutely no regrets about how I've lived my life. Not one. I think that since I've been with you, Ava, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will. After I lost my relatives in the war, you reminded me what the warmth of family is. So I'm grateful to the Ushiramiya family and think of it as my only one. In this life I've led with you, not a single thing's been wasted. It's really been a fun life up till today.
Thank you, darling. Ava hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably, no one in the parlor could even imagine this side of Ava existed.
I'm the one who should be thanking you. Until today, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you.
Me too. I'm so glad to have you by my side. Oh, no, wait, no! It's the second Twilight! No! Oh, no, it's Hideyoshi! No, it's Hideyoshi. Oh my god. No, 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 no. No, man. No. Oh. Fuck. No, not Hideyoshi, man. He's the only fucking normal person here. No. George is already a fine adult. Even if I don't look out for him, he's a man who could do his job well on his own. I wonder. Around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives? Just us, no one else.
No way.
Aren't you always saying that you're so... Okay, this is the problem that I'm having. I can't, like, when there isn't a fucking person on the screen, I can't tell who's talking. Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep? None of that this New Year's. I won't read New Year's cards. I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery. It'd sure be nice if we won a color TV this year. No way. I don't want to waste time checking the lottery while in the Maldives. Then none of that either. How does it sound? Just the two of us, taking it easy like when we were newlyweds, just before George was born. Yes. In that case, fine.
I hear the Maldives are wonderful. An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water.
Like when we were newlyweds, you say? Starting when?
As soon as I finished up some business. I won't know till I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve.
No way. Right now? I want to go right now. Ava nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on. Oh, bro, leaving the TV on at volume? My man, you dog. And the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. My fucking man. Damn, from here? Fuck. Oh my god. Till the fucking room stink. Hideyoshi. My man. Oh. Okay. Okay, grow up. Grow up. There was a knock on the door and Genji-san entered. Madam, dinner has been prepared. Will you eat in here again? Yes. Have it brought here. Is Dr. Nancho still in the kitchen? Yes. He has said that he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move. Do not worry. He is with the other servants. Genji-san's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent. I hear he's even better than Dr. Nancho, right? That's right. Long ago he played against me, but he must have let me win. Maria, sounds like it'll be time to eat soon. But look at you. You've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored. Ooh, I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine. Ooh. Maria-chan sure is a TV kid. Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. Bro, she needs the TV on. She needs the TV on while she eats, otherwise Beatrice is gonna fucking come out. Don't fuck with her, please. Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Aww. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here really can draw. I'd never guessed. Genji, ask Ava-san and Hideyoshi-san whether they'd at least like to have dinner with us. Although they will probably turn us down.
Certainly.
First father, and now Eva-san? It's quite hard to gather everyone to the Ushiromiya dinner table. Natsuhi felt her headache throbbing again, and lightly held her temples. Bro, like, a half an hour into the stream, and we got our first, we got our first Eva, like, headache mention with accompanying Sprite. And time. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsuhi had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible, and just now, Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Kanon accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door.
Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, dinner has been prepared.
He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. Genji-sama, look at this. There's a sock on the door. Kanon pointed under the door. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Oh, fuck. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So, since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's. The same kind of the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with.
There can be no mistake. It is one of the master's envelopes.
Or could it be? Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice,
Eva-sama! Eva-sama! It is Genji! Are you there? Please answer, Eva-sama!
But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. Is it both of them? Was it both of them? In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. However, there was no answer. Kanon stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sounds coming from inside. I hear something that sounds like the television, but I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief, careful not to touch it with his bare hands. Gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family head's ring.
Eva-sama! Eva-sama! Please answer! Are you still in your room?
But there was still no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out the bundle of keys, which contained the key that would open the guest room. Genji-sama! Kanon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests hadn't been given permission and might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. But Genji had decided. The only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply. He wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's. Or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiromiya family head. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else...
Eva-sama, my apologies. Allow me to enter your room.
After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was the sound of the door unlocking, and after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear they were in the room, but there was no sign of them. Genji called out to Ava once again through the crack of the door, but there was no answer. Genji-sama, what should we do? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. A creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Cannon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. I will call Madam and return. Cannon, cut the chain. Yes. As Cannon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop. Wait, Cannon! Return to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you. You must not act alone. Yes, certainly. It looked like Cannon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. Bro, because there's a fucking killer! But Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself, but in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Cannon. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong. Oh, what has happened, Genji-san? Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but please allow this match to be suspended for the time being. Cannon, take care of the chain. Kumasawa, stop setting up dinner for now and accompany Cannon. I will go over to Madam. If you would come with me, Dr. Nanjo. Has something happened? The Gay Avery, thank you for the tier 1 for 18 months. Finally home from work. What'd I miss? Ava and Hideyoshi had a really nice heart-to-heart. They talked about going on like a honeymoon together in the Maldives after this was over. It seems like they started fucking. And now nobody can get a hold of them. And also there was a letter under their door. There was a letter under their door with Kinzo's like royal family letterhead and also the same wax seal. So it's looking bad. It's looking really bad right now. Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen. Kumasawa-san, my apologies, but please come with me. What has happened, Cannon-san? Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, and chased after Cannon, who had flown out into the hallway. Taking Kumasawa with him, Cannon went to a storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain. What are you looking for? Let me help too. We're cutting a door chain. Where was that large wire cutter? A door chain? Why would you do something like that? The chain to Ava-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's room. Even though they should be inside, they didn't answer when we called them. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Ava and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation. That one will probably do the trick. Cannon took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it'd be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Cannon remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Cannon took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively he should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or perhaps it was already... Please wait, Cannon-san! Hurry! Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Cannon changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let out an ah, struck speechless. Like that. What is this? Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like that magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it,
but a slightly more complicated geometric shape. However, those strange characters filling in the gaps, which weren't from the alphabet, were the same kind as the ones on the magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Cannon struck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those together, and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding, several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Eep! Eek! Kumasawa's knees gave away and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Cannon surely would have wanted to. Beatrice-sama. It's the work of Beatrice-sama! How horrid! How horrid! Cannon gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again. Dude, the gulper. And after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he'd anticipated. The cut chain fell in 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. Cannon-san, there's an envelope by your feet. And isn't that the master's? It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Cannon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Cannon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. His worst fears were realized. The police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time. Ava-sama? Ava was lying face up on the bed. On the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Cannon, and who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek again when she saw Ava like that. Ava's shoes had been the first part of her that Cannon had seen. So the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Ava's head shifted into his line of sight, Cannon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Ava's forehead, something had been placed? Something was growing there? No. Right in the center of her forehead. Was it an old-fashioned knife? That or some weapon like it was sticking out. Was it both of them? At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on either side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave away once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Ava was dead, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. The only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Ava's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object, with a design that might have been some demon. What about Hideyoshi-sama? Hideyoshi-sama! Ava was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. Oh no! The bathroom was full of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep the water from flying out. That waterproof curtain was half open, and lying tumbled down in the bathroom was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both eyes open. Oh no! The fucking disrespect! And pointing right at Cannon.
Just like Ava. A weapon with a demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Ava's had been. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then, they heard Natsuhi's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. Again with this graffiti? What about this letter? What does it say inside?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet. We shouldn't touch it carelessly. The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it. We should hand it over to the police.
They went out of their way to leave it here. I'm sure they wouldn't have left fingerprints. As Natsuhi said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself, where she found Ava dead. Ava-san! Madam, Hideyoshi-sama is here too. This is truly atrocious.
Cannon, turn off the shower. Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to be.
Oh no, that was, okay, my fault. That was, okay. Yes, ma'am. Cannon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast.
Dr. Nanjo, I understand. No signs of post-mortem lividity. Rigor mortis hasn't begun either. It would seem that an hour or so has passed since they were killed. But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to the skull, I cannot imagine.
Nanjo checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Cannon watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Nanjo thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police. So he left it alone. Oh god, George is gonna lose it? Yeah, no, it's bad. No, it's fucking bad. He can join the Battler Club. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. Oh my god! He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear. Something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Some people might have likened it to a thick ice pick rather than a short spear. Jesus H. At any rate, after looking at this scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were originally made for. Nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsuhi, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into their eyes. If she had looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she had that morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsuhi couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. At any rate, we can't let the children... We can't let George-kun see this room. Seal this room with all haste. Yes, we mustn't let them see. If George-san saw his parents in this brutal state... But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George, even before he came dashing into the room. Oh, man. Oh! George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsuhi, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. Father! Mother! What is this? Another magic circle? Yep, say nothing, Maria. You fucking know. Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right? Hey, Cannon-kun, what's this all about? Paddler-sama. Cannon didn't have to say anything. George's scream after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. Who did this? I'll kill you! I'll kill you! George could hang in there. Natsuhi touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Ava and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. George, Nissan! Hang in there! Badler? Badler-sama. Badler had his back against the wall of the hallway and was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint. Horrible. That's horrible. He proposed to the girl he loved and lost her the next day. And on the same day, even his mom and dad were killed. Isn't that too harsh? Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Badler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's. Badler, I know. Everyone dies sooner or later. If you're human, you'll eventually have to fight the sorrow of losing someone close to you. But still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki? And shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? Horrible. It's too horrible. That bastard. That bastard. Doesn't he have even a speck of human sympathy in him? Ah! Ooh, Badler, don't cry. Don't cry. Maria tried to comfort Badler in a mechanical-sounding voice. Badler violently wiped his tears. Yeah. Damn it. I won't cry anymore. Tears of regret, tears of sadness. I won't shed them again. It's all useless. The witch has got me backed into a corner. I'm always on the defensive. And that's useless. It's all useless. I'll spin the chessboard around. That bastard probably thinks we'll be running scared like sheep until tomorrow before we try anything. But guess what? I'll spin it around. That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either. We won't be hiding away, pissing ourselves. That bastard will. I'll expose you. You'll see. By tomorrow? No, screw tomorrow. Tonight. Before tonight's over, I'll be gripping you by the collar. Bro, when they don't cry. At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come. No objections, I take it? Natsuhi announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George. But it looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others. And when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Overtone SSB, thank you for the tier 1 for 8 months. Natsuhi with shotgun. Yup. It goes hard. It's fucking tough. Natsuhi still hadn't opened that western envelope of the family head that she'd picked up. But now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor, where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked down into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe said something strange. Ooh. Stinks? Did you notice it too, Maria? Seriously, what's that smell? It's awful. When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway, one that none of them had smelled until then. Oh my god, did they forget to turn the stove off in the kitchen? Oh my god, they left the fucking stove on. Oh no. I will go quickly to check the kitchen. I'm sure I turned the flame off. Or no, fucking Beatrice just turned the fucking stove back on. That fucking troll. After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away. Cannon, go with Kumasawa. Do not let her be alone. Yes! After nodding at Genji's order, Cannon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in other directions as well. Ooh, it stinks. Ugh. It truly is. A stench that makes the nose wrinkle. However, that doesn't mean we can just open a window for ventilation. Natsuhi was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important. Let us run the fan. I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows. George Aniki, is it okay if I talk to you? If it's about finding the culprit, then I have no problems. It seemed that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents. The chain for this room was set. From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the outside. In other words, this was a perfect closed room. That does seem to be the case. In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter's key out of the servant room. Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it. But this chain is different. Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a closed room with. Only a chain will block everyone from coming outside as long as it isn't physically broken. So, does this mean the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door? That's interesting. Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to enter a room without using the door. Here we go. Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Ava stuck on the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed, and since Aunt Natsumi was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Ava proposed a theory about Aunt Natsuhi might have thrown grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside, and the bodies had been inside the room. This time it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. You include grandfather's disappearance. 3 cases have occurred. In all 3 times, the door has been the point of interest. Oh. Hold on. First was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsui entered that room, so if grandfather had left through the window or had been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or, like my theory, grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. Now, we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfect closed room. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsuhi could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This was a perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well. In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room? With some method from outside the room? Good point. Even though the chain makes it impossible to open it wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. Did the culprit knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them? Wait, am I missing something? Yeah, you are. If Aunt Ava's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible. But she was on the bed at the back of the room, and Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the bathroom. Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them.
And you couldn't reach them with your hands either. Damn it, it's all useless. I don't have a clue. Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. Ooh, satisfied? What do you mean, satisfied? Badler, since you don't want to suspect any of your relatives, you made a wish, saying you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right?
He did say that. He did say that. Oh my god, he said that. Fuck.
Well, Beatrice granted that wish. Just as you asked, she did something that was completely impossible for a human to make you believe in the witch. And now you're complaining? How selfish. Ouch!
I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist. Sure, thanks for granting that witch. That just now was thanks to you, and also to teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate. More importantly, tell me, there was another mysterious scribble on the door to Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Was that another magic circle? That one had a really memorable and a characteristic design, so I'd hoped you would at least know what it was. Ow! I don't know, which is why I'm letting you take the credit. Quit whining and explain. You sure are violent, Badler. I won't tell you if you're too mean, get it? Ow! I'll say it, stop hitting me! That's the first magic circle of the moon. What does it mean? What's this magic circle's effect? What does the Hebrew writing mean? The words are from the Old Testament, Psalms 107, verse 16. For he has broken gates of brass and cuts through bars of iron. This magic circle has two effects. First, it can open a door regardless of which method has been used to lock it. It sure is convenient. So you're saying they're trying to make it look like they're a witch because this closed room has a door that can be opened without that can't be opened without relying on magic? And the other effect? When you're blocked by an when you're blocked by unopenable doors in all directions, it opens a door. By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then. Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration and intuition. Beatrice is trying to provoke you, since there's no way lowly humans like Badler could figure out how this door was opened. Ow! Okay, good work, so shut up. Sounds great. I'll accept this challenge from the witch. Maria-chan, things like witches and demons don't exist in this world. No, you can't start this now. No, you can't start this now. I get it, it's a bad time, but you can't start this now. Someone killed father and mother. I don't know whether that was someone I know or not. But either way, it was definitely a human. Yeah, but how? How did they reach those two through that crack in the door? It couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters wide. At any rate, I can hardly stand this stench. What in the world could it be? Kanon and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen. The boiler room. I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. God. What was that sound? The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at that sound that her knees gave away yet again and she cowered. After all, At that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Ava and Hideyoshi's room. So, who caused the sound of a door closing just now? Cannon-san! After taking a second to sort out the situation, Cannon ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who had closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Cannon wouldn't have been rushed in so hastily. But Cannon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room. One that opened to the mansion, and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Cannon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, and no matter how Cannon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Cannon go alone, and she rushed down the stairs. At that time, Cannon was already in the boiler room. Bro, where's like the fucking Ushiromiya Mansion Lethal League? Or not Lethal League, Lethal Company map? The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Cannon feel like he was going to be sick. Make Battler an Among Us skin? If we can get... Bro, did you see that they just announced a fucking Phoenix Wright skin, like, years after they made the Edgeworth one? Just make a fucking Battler and Beatrice, like, crewmates. What are we doing? You want to talk about fucking games about, like, deduction? Come on now. On the top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Cannon feel like he was going to be sick. Hold on, let me 1 second. I'm gonna spray my nose. All right, there we go. I feel like a fucking human again. Also, Dev, can I mention a gameplay mechanic, or shall I be as silent as the beyond? No. Nothing. Nothing yet. Thank you for asking, though. There was no doubt that under this room was the source. In that case, Cannon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Cannon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon. Any weapon. Why? Cannon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then, he answered. In roulette,
You bet on a number or the colors red or black, vying for a payoff. However, low-risk bets like black and red only offer a similarly low payoff. The words coming from Cannon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. Ow, my side. The darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Holy fuck, it's Beatrice. Holy fuck, it's Beatrice! Ha! Kumasawa, get down here right now! Or maybe don't, I don't know. I don't know, maybe... It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Cannon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they, perhaps, probably, no, they would certainly laugh. But Cannon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest. However, if you bet on something with a lower probability, your payoff increases proportional to the risk. The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle, and called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic. I have no interest in what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette, but you forgot something. You forgot that in roulette, there's a pocket that's neither black nor red. Roulette has a special pocket called 0, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit. I set my heart on just one thing. I decided that if Shannon were to be killed and I was left alive, I'd sacrifice this life of mine and bring this roulette of yours to ruin. This isn't one of the master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of yours. I made this rule myself. I am not furniture anymore. I'm the 0 on your roulette. Cannon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weaknesses was being ridiculed somehow. Cannon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he had never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion causing Cannon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Cannon suppressed that emotion. I won't let your words lead me astray again. This is where the demon's roulette ends. Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner, Beatrice! When Cannon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. What? Oh! Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft, couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he had been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit, left, then right. That hand, which looked like he was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest, and the other hand did the same. Oh, no. Cannon, no. Come on. Right there was a handle with a demonic design engraved in it. You didn't have to, man. As Cannon looked down at his chest, the same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Ava and Hideyoshi's forehead was... Cannon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Cannon's white skin. Around this scene,
Glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance. A funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. Ugh. For a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead. Cannon-san! Eek! Someone! Eek! Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Oh, what a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. No, man, you would have been killed too. You would have been fucking killed too. Oh, what incredible luck. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. You would have. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this. What is it, Kumasawa? Answer me, Kumasawa! The first one to dash in was Natsuhi holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. But after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Cannon, answer me! Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Natsui realized that even though Cannon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious. So she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuhi, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, "Who is hiding over there? Come out quietly! If you don't come out from there, I will shoot without mercy! We need light! Aunt Natsui, let's light him up!" Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsui was glaring into. I thought Battler was just saying to fucking fire. I thought he was just saying to fucking let one loose. But the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. Aunt Natsuhi, where does that door go? Genji, where does that door lead to? The courtyard. Like hell, I'd let you get away, you damn bastard! Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from the outside suddenly rushed in. There was some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting, "Wait, Battler-kun! It's dangerous to be on your own right now." Natsui was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. Wait, does that say lighting? Yeah, lighting. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking all around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery. There was no chance. All he saw as he spun around was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing, "Battler-kun, you mustn't run ahead by yourself." Battler-kun? Badler pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, and now Cannon-kun! You killed a full 6 people! And that wasn't enough, so you had to kill 3 more! Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were always kind and fun. I just met Cannon yesterday, but I'm sure I've gotten along fine with him. Why did you kill them? Why? Why? You know, when people die, they don't come back to life again, right? They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo shoots. Why did you kill them? Why? Why? Ah! Badler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried, with all his strength. Natsu, who had always thought of Badler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side, and at the same time, she understood how easily the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. It's all right. I will definitely protect you. I will protect you, George-kun, Maria-chan, and Jessica. As a mother, and as a representative of the Ushiromiya family. Badler, after sobbing into Natsui's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he'd cried more than enough already. Anyway, let's go back down for now. Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the culprit. Tomorrow, the boat will arrive. After that happens, the police will come, and everything should be brought to light. There's no way the culprit can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle. That's right. When the police come, when the seagulls cry, "Ah!" the crime will be solved. But for some reason, Badler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. Oh. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsuhi and told everyone weakly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and George Aniki had carried Cannon-kun to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink, and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Cannon-kun's blood remained on the floor, judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly into the ground. I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same that had been stuck in Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapons stuck into Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we had expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather, a thin stake, and it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. Fucking brutal. It looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have been penetrated into Cannon-kun's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator, where the horrible stench was emanating from. They must have dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering, and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Maria stared down at it. Aunt Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. Ooh! I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened, but this is... I stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. Oh, is it fucking Kinzo? The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was Grandfather, who had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had been unknown.
I believe it is most likely the Master.
I agree that he would pass away in such a state. It's heartrending. Oh, man. No, Natsuhi. Oh. But is there any proof that this corpse really is Grandfather? It's burnt so black you can't even tell what sex it is. Badler-kun, look at the feet. Aunt Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Huh? Notice how there are 6 toes on each foot. What? Pardon? Excuse me? Huh? You're right. Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed. The Master was born with 6 toes on both of his feet. Consequently, the Master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiromiya family. I have heard that since long ago, cases of polydactyly were common in the Ushiromiya family. It's probably hereditary. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2 and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly when in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, it's just something that people are born with. So while they're still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. So, even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when Grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that Grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If Grandfather hadn't disliked his position at the head so much, the 6th toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common for in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in Grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And Grandfather's body was not simply burnt. It was just like Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, and the thing that had been stabbed in Kanon-kun's chest. One of those demon's ice picks was stuck into his forehead. The head's ring is not on his finger. So the letter last night was telling the truth. Father would probably be horribly disappointed. Natsuhi-san let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police.
It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator, since, according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong. The body must have started burning a long time ago, so that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, come on, Badler. Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his auto lock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. Possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high, and there was also a good chance this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked, but despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? Hold on, music? Okay. 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 There's still that contradiction, since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. You don't see them? Along with Kirie-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible, as long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? Strange tricks and devices. If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then the list of suspects has grown very short. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji-san, Kumasawa Bachan, and Dr. Nanjo. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One of these people has to be the culprit. Oh my god, how many? 6. Then Ava and Hideyoshi. Wait, hold on. No, 6. Ava, Hideyoshi, Kanon, and then Kinzo. Yeah, oh my god, 10 people! Christ alive! Yeah, let me actually, characters. Oh god, I didn't even think it would show the, oh no. I didn't even think it would show all this. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi. Found in the bathroom of the same guest room that Ava was found in. Like Ava, there was a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Hey, how could a human possibly kill them? Oh my god, alright, Maria. Whoa! Holy shit, dude. Ushiromiya Kinzo. Burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. He always knew that this was one possible result of his lucky gamble. Oh my god. Ushiromiya Kraus.
His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head was smashed after his death. This is the beginning of everything. Ushirimiya Ava. Found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. What does it say about? Okay. Yeah, and then... Ushirimiya Rudolph. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after death. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. Ushirimiya Kyrie. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. She was chosen by the Demon's Roulette. That's all there is to it. Dude. Rosa. Oh my god. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after death. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. Oh god, it is Maria! It is Maria writing all these! No! Oh my god, man! Servant Shannon. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. It seems the side of her head was smashed after her death. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Servant Goda. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after his death. How unfortunate. Apparently he was only supposed to be on duty in the guest house. What does it say for canon? Okay. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. We're okay. Okay. One of these people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 had all their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were. But that old bastard, for example, has lost his entire face, as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch. That's right. That's right. As long as she ain't here, she ain't real. Maria-chan, you mustn't stare so fixedly anymore. Come on, Battler-kun too. I'm worried about Cannon's condition, and we mustn't remain in a place like this any longer than necessary. Let us return. Ooh. Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the head. Hey, Maria. What's Beatrice after? Is it all of our lives? Beatrice will revive very soon. At that time, none shall be left alive. How can you laugh at something like that? Do you think you're the only one who's safe? Why don't you feel like you're in danger? Why aren't you scared? Beatrice made a promise. She said she's gonna take me to the Golden Land. It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations, everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else. I'm looking forward to it. That time will come very soon now. Huh.
Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she? This witch who calls herself Maria. To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, this series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits? Maria, let me ask this one more time. You'll probably answer the same anyway, but I'll ask just once more. Who? Yesterday, you were given a letter in the rose garden. Who gave it to you? Oh, like I said, Beatrice. Badler still doesn't believe. Ooh. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person? Or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. There is literally a time where she did not have an alibi, you fuckers. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Aunt Natsui should still have it with her. I broke it. Oh! Why the clock so damn big, bro? In the end, Canon-kun did not regain consciousness. No! No, God, no. Oh, damn it. Servant Canon, found in the boiler room with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his chest. How presumptuous of lowly furniture like that. Oh, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Damn it. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him, of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. Wait, does the red mark change based on the killing blow? Yeah, it's different for every single person, depending on, like, how the state that they were found in. So, like, they specifically mentioned how Shannon was missing, like, half of her fucking face. And, like, yeah. And because Kinzo was fucking burned to a crisp, he's just got it all over his body. And then by comparison, like, Ava, Hideyoshi, and Cannons are all very, like, minor. However, Cannon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Cannon away, it was already
Too late.
My sincere apologies. Without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound.
No, that's perfectly understandable. Thank you so much for giving it your very best. Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Cannon's life up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Cannon-kun until the moment of his death. George Aniki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone. If only I hadn't let Cannon-san go alone. Oh.
Do not let that bother you. If you had been with him, you probably would have been attacked as well. He foolishly rushed on ahead and paid for his mistake.
How can you say it like that? Cannon-kun spotted the culprit and bravely stood up to them. If only Kumasawa-san had gone with him, the culprit might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head. Not very woke of you, Jessica, but I get it. Jessica, you shouldn't talk to her now. It's the same for me, and probably you as well, right, Badler-kun? We don't know what's going on, and it feels like our hearts are going to split open. There were tears in George Aniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was. It's okay, Jessica. You'll be able to meet Cannon again soon. Stop it! I don't need you trying to console me like that! Beatrice will resurrect the dead, and even love that has been lost. So you'll definitely be able to meet him soon. Then everyone will be able to live in peace. So the one who killed Cannon-kun? Is this Beatrice who supposedly gave you that letter yesterday? Where is she? Where is she hiding? I'll find her and tear her apart. Tell me. You know who the culprit really is, don't you? What do you know and what are you hiding? Tell me, damn it!
Milady, please stop.
Ooh, ooh, Beatrice exists! Exists! Ooh, ooh, ooh! Damn it, let go of me, Genji-san! Maria knows who the culprit is, and she's hiding their identity even though she knows! She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them as they kill us! Jessica, be silent! Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsuhi slapping Jessica's face. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall. Maria-chan, I know there's no way you're the culprit. You've been with us since the beginning, and there was no time for you to communicate with any culprit. There was time! Why are we all forgetting? There was time! There was literally like an hour window! So, I want you to tell me something. This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday, who was she? Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did. Aniki, I already asked her the same thing a second ago. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You may think that you did, but no, you didn't. Her answer was the same as before. I want to hear it from Maria's mouth. Who is Beatrice? Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe anyway. What do you mean by that? Could it be the culprit someone we know well? And you're keeping silent because you're covering for them for some reason? Who gave you that letter? I got it from Beatrice. I'll say it no matter how many times you ask. I got the letter from Beatrice.
George Oni-chan, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit? You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up. So you won't be satisfied unless your opponent is a human you can hit. So even if I tell you the truth, you won't accept it. So it's pointless for me to tell you. You won't believe. But I'll keep on saying it, because it's true. Beatrice exists. The doors to the Golden Land will soon be opened. I'll go there. Beatrice promised. In that world, Mama is nice. Papa is with us and is also nice. I want to go there right away. Everyone is afraid of Beatrice, but that's only natural. So calm yourselves. Beatrice said so herself. By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything, she said. Ow! Maria, I don't mind you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now. I'll bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you, since you're always going on about how witches exist. But keep that to yourself for now. Don't try to force that on other people. Ooh. I know I've been creeped out by this girl for a while now, but there really is something wrong with her. Don't you think so too, Battler? Genji-san? Kumasawa-san? What about you, Mom? Maria knows who the culprit is and she's hiding it. Okay, maybe she hasn't done anything directly, but she's definitely working with the criminal. That's right, she's a spy. We can't let her stay with us any longer. Maria-chan, you must realize there are times when indiscreet discussion is best avoided. If you keep adding oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. Aunt Natsuhi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsuhi's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group? After that, both Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi? Kanon-kun, grandfather? There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe. At any rate, this is no time to quarrel. Now that we are certain the culprit can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere, we must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow. I agree strongly with Aunt Natsuhi. We can figure out who the culprit is at our leisure tonight. For now, though, we're better off finding a place to barricade ourselves in. As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long, long time until tomorrow. We need to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief. Dude, fucking... Hello? Hello? Is this thing on?
I agree. Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included. I believe it would be wise to take that into account as we move forward.
That's right. There's a high probability that the enemy's got the equivalent of a master key.
And the compass. And the dungeon map.
Were Shannon, Kanon-kun, and Goda-san holding master keys?
Yes. They were supposed to have them on their person during work.
We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate that closely. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone stole a key from them. In the first place, we know the culprit may have visited the servant room at some point to unlock the garden shed shutter. It's conceivable that he obtained a master key from there earlier on. There were many servants serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants. And we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past. Even if they borrowed a bundle of keys from the pockets of one of the murdered servants, Is there any safe place that even those keys couldn't open? Because of the nature of our job, we have been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms. All of them in the mansion and in the guest house. So in other words, no matter where we hole us up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless. Fine, who cares about locking up? If you're gonna come, bring it on, damn it! I'll beat you at your own game. The enemy won't approach us from the front. I don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to my parents and Canon-kun, and even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people. They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room. That's right. It's just like Aniki says. And maybe Aunt Natsuhi's rifle can serve as a deterrent to stop them from attacking. I hope that is so, but... Maria, please. No, Maria, please, just stop. Honey, just stop it. I'm begging you, just... Please, no more. No more, man. No more. Just stop. Just go watch TV. I'm begging you. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna fucking kill you if you don't stop. Maria. Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself and stay quiet for a while. That's a screenshot. That's a screenshot. You are the youngest witch ever. Ooh. Maria probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it. If I may, I do know of just one place that cannot be entered, even with the servant key rings. Where is that? That would be the master's study. I'm against this. I don't even want to think about going in grandfather's creepy room. How many keys can gain access to that room? There are 2. I always have one on my person. The other was held by the master himself. But just now, I found this on the corpse in the boiler room. Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then, he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuhi. Normally, it would have been proper to leave the master's key for the police, but because of the master's order to protect the safety of the study, I borrowed it for the time being.
I see. Which means that Kinzo-san's study is the only place where we can be safe.
It would appear that way. I don't even want to think about being shut up in that strange room all night. But it appears we must acknowledge that his room is safer than anywhere else right now. Even though grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, the culprit brought him out and killed him. We can't be certain that it's truly safe. According to your theory, grandfather cleverly found a way around that receipt trick and left the room of his own free will. If so, the room might be a good place to barricade ourselves in after all. You're too optimistic, Aniki. However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. And that'd give us a... Oh, excuse me. I don't know if it matters, Dev, but there is no stream title if only... Wait, what? What do you mean? No, it says... It definitely says Umineko When They Cry Part 6. Go away forever! I'm just kidding. And that'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. But that's probably impossible.
If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way to make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes. Is grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in? Yes. There is a bed, a sofa, and blankets. So while it is not luxurious, it will be more than suitable for spending the night. There is also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet. Whoa, that's incredible. But isn't that weird? You're saying he built another house inside his house? That's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather, who bought a whole island and realized all of his dreams. That's right. After some point in time, Father probably couldn't feel at peace in any other place, even inside the mansion. We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time, we're the ones who are gonna shut ourselves up. Ha! Jessica spat the words out. Jessica-chan. It sounds like you'd rather go search for the culprit than say shut up somewhere. Of course. I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching on our own. In the end, we can't do anything but wait. And it doesn't matter where we wait, does it? I'm not gonna run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor watching TV or something while we wait for this Beatrice-sama to appear? It's perfectly fine if she doesn't appear. There's no need for us to be the ones who expose the culprit. Well said. We shouldn't take needless risks before the police arrive. Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. I think we should move to Father's study. True, we have no proof that it's safe since Father was taken out of there. However, I can't deny the possibility that, as Badler could reason, Grandfather left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. A while back, I proposed that strange theory as a stopgap measure. But just as Aunt Ava said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't have even used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Ava hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So, does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room just as Aunt Ava claimed? Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit? If Aunt Ava were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. Very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But, wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. If I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong will keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing Beatrice, I want to find the culprit amid the 18. If that keeps spinning around forever, in the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. How far back in the past was it that Kirie-san taught me about chessboard thinking? That concept of imagining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kirie-san was Dad's co-worker back then. A bit parasocial. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Didn't Kirie-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful, and it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. Chessboard thinking is my own interpretation of something called game theory. Don't laugh. Just shut up. Just don't say anything. Just shut up. Just shut up, man. Just shut up. Which I read about in a book long ago.
It's a very interesting subject, so you should tackle it yourself when you get into college, Badler-kun. I really want to try it. If I could study and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be fun to be able to read into any opponent's moves, wouldn't it? But you can't believe in it blindly. Game theory is a very deep and complicated subject. Chessboard thinking is just by interpretation that skims the surface of game theory. In order to thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you're imagining, you need to study your opponent.
Yay.
Additionally, while the chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't perfect. It has many weak points despite its convenience. Weak points? Yes, chessboard thinking is founded upon game theory. When you thoroughly investigate game theory, it boils down to math. Do you know what the weak point of math is? It's noise. In math, when you write 1 + 1 = 2, that process will always result in 1 + 1 = 2, no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. You're talking like variance? But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they can reach the same conclusions whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well. That's right. Events in the world of humans are normally full of noise. Aren't human emotions that way? Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee that humans will always act in a predictable fashion. The moment we try to use a math-based theory to predict someone's actions, we must be aware that our theory has built-in weaknesses and limits. Simply put, chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, as well as mistakes or incorrect knowledge. That's right. Kyrie-san definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. Yeah, it's just no fog of war, no matchmaking. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired? Makes a move that can hardly be called the best. Or what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use. In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means, if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish. Useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding from behind this case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? Kyrie-san were here at a time like this. She'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability.
It's too bad, Badler. Mia Fey's not here. It's all up to you. It's all up to you.
Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into grandfather's study, but in the end, Aunt Natsume persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George Aniki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly, that would allow even a single person to carry out a murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Natsuhi's rifle. And this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then, Kumasawa-san made a proposal. We all went together to the kitchen. There, we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take them in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsuhi, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had warned us of beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads. I see. This kind of stench would probably give you a headache if you were shut in with it for the whole night. I know it's a little late, but I'm with Jessica. I vote against going into Grandfather's study. It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. It was the door to the forbidden study, which should defend against any who would enter. While Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the doorknob and the door and the doorknob with great interest. Oh no. Ooh, incredible door. It looks old and strict, like it'd stop any jokes cold. A perfect door for Grandfather's study. The power to ward off spiritual menaces is strong here. Beatrice probably couldn't open this door. Oh? What does that mean? Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion crest. No. A design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed in here. What was inscribed there? Dude, the fucking scorpion again! Design. That's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? Okay, so fucking... Okay, so then Kinzo absolutely left his room at some point. If Beatrice couldn't get in, then Kinzo had to get out. The 5th magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power. Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice. Isn't that comforting? Are you saying we can escape even Beatrice's clutches in this room? Our little witch here sure is reliable. Then how did Beatrice get Grandfather out? Just as badly reasoned. Beatrice can't go inside. However, she has both magic and familiars. Using them, she might have been able to get Grandfather to leave the study of his own accord. Ah, I've read about that in manga. I've seen a bunch of scenes where vampires were frightened of crosses, so they couldn't get close. But their familiars were just fine, so they made their familiars attack. Sorry, 1 second. Those scorpion keychain charms I gave you yesterday also had the fifth magic circle of Mars on them. The power dwelling within them was weak, but they should be enough to protect you until we leave the island. Although, it sounds like you've lost yours, right? Scorpion keychain charms? Yeah, the charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria. I heard it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob. And at the time, I thought maybe it'd be better if you had it. Is that so? I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around. Aunt Natsuhi put that on her doorknob? Yes. Last night, after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door. Then Aunt Natsuhi, you're really fortunate. If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay a finger on you yesterday. I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed. Beatrice annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger? Natsuhi thought back on that eerie scribble she had seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who calls herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door to Natsuhi's own room? But the magic repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it? Quit it. Don't talk about that. Witches don't exist. The culprit does. And they're a human, just like us. If you need proof, why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red? Damn it! Damn it! How could you do that to Cannon-kun? Click. Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study.
Hello, everyone.
Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters.
Bro, not the VTuber, like, Kinzo arc. Just littered with fucking, like, posters of fucking, like, Pecora and Suisei. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all of his pastimes. Beatrice VTuber? That's real. That exists. That's real. There is a fucking I know this. I know that there is a 7th expansion, an official 7th expansion VTuber, and she calls herself like Beatrice's daughter. I know this. She's real. Fucking ooh ooh ooh. She's real. Damn it. I've been getting into Okie Dokie Dev lately. I don't want to see my ass on his walls. Absolutely not. Ew. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt into my head. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside. both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. The fourth door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. You make sure you're like pulling every book, like, even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet/bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. See, this study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV, because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves. The last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and the end was never completed.
Kinzo-san, it seems we weren't able to see this match through after all.
Dr. Nanjo.
I was Kinzo-san's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him. I believe 2 Kinzos existed, a wise one and one trapped by some madness. I never understood anything about him.
Especially when it came to Beatrice-sama, it would seem like his personality changed.
In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. He had 2 of them made. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her, whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her. That's right. Mom, you picked up the culprit's letter in Aunt Ava's room, right? Yes, fucking read it now! Yes.
Yay!
I still haven't opened it. Let's give it a try.
Aunt Natsuhi took out that Western envelope. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Aunt Natsuhi also seemed to realize that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
What does it say?
There was one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us.
Natsuhi, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
Praise my name. What the hell? That's annoying.
It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it. I'll bet you were hoping another weird magic circle would show up.
It wasn't a magic circle. But my expectations haven't been betrayed.
What could it mean? I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence.
That seems reasonable. With this letter, we know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit. I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here.
Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used.
Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushiromiya family. Going by last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be grandfather's oldest confidant. Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? I spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together. Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except grandfather. Could you tell us? For a long time, I've purposefully avoided this topic. But now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so. Genji, tell us everything you know. Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge? Or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. He probably had been very close to grandfather in his occult hobbies, so there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. But there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash. So it was better if he kept his mouth shut. And it wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence. Oh, God. My fucking nose. Was she father's concubine? His concubine? That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective, it's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother. Maybe. When grandmother was alive, I hear she was pretty sure of it. She thought he was cheating on her. I always figured she meant a witch that grandfather had imagined up, but... Now this is getting really interesting. 1980s Japan and Natsui is at least 50 probably. Ow, 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 don't say that. Ow, 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 don't say that. Now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in Showa 27. 1952. That didn't mean this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago. Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? I see. This is starting to sound like just your standard Western Mansion mystery. It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept. What do you say, Genji?
I believe the master was indeed in love. Those feelings were certainly stronger than what he felt for his late wife.
Who is this person called Beatrice? And what's she doing now?
I have heard she passed away before the mansion was completed.
She's already dead?
Yes. The master was deeply stricken by grief, and he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her. The master loved Beatrice-sama from the bottom of his heart. It was the madness which drove him to do all that you see here.
As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms, as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. Whoa. We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seemed like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand it, or understand him. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman, and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it changed into something we could understand completely. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago. And not his wife. And not his wife, bro. Oh, Kinzo. The master only told me about Beatrice-sama's story once, when he was very drunk. Although I had forgotten the details, it was a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous.
When Kinzo-san succeeded the headship of the Ushiromiya family, his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by the few surviving family elders.
Oh, it was arranged. Okay. I see. So, he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushiromiya family?
That is correct. Kinzo-san was installed as the head who would revive the family, and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility. I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo-san first met Beatrice.
Guess it'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice. I had it all wrong, Genji-san.
What do you mean by that?
I always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you had gotten brainwashed by grandfather and his creepy black magic stuff. But that's not how it was, right? Had they been soothing grandfather's tortured heart, acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside this mansion? Though Genji-san closed his eyes, wearing the expression of one remembering the distant past, he said nothing further. He probably felt that making such a confession would be the worst sort of betrayal against his one and only master, even though that master was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and exists in this mansion even now. Genji had said this, had believed it, had made people believe it, and would follow through with that decision to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rakanjima that was still whispered of amongst the servants, its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions. Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him. Right now, I can understand very well. If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic,
I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching. Aniki. Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Let's not compare those two, George. Let's not compare those two. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled. Beatrice has said it. Very soon she will be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. And I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time. Did she say that? The Beatrice who gave you the letter? You don't believe, do you? Only grandfather were here. I'm sure he'd be happy. I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived. In that case, I believe. If grandfather gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of the woman he loved and spent the rest of his life believing, I'll believe too. No, dude, don't. Adler, when you love a single woman for so long, the people around you catch on to it and it becomes the truth. Maybe you could say they're just being polite for the sake of your feelings. But right here, right now, I'd like to call that magic. Yo, stop! 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 You're doing what she wants! Stop! It isn't just being polite. It really is magic. She's a witch. It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Some time passed. As we listened to the sounds of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here. If you ask me as a woman, then, well, I'd like to be understanding of the father's feelings of true love. It did leave Mother in an awkward position. I agree. Cheating is cheating. No way to make it pretty. Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for grandmother. So, have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relatives of hers. No, I have not heard of anything like that. There was one, a memento of his most beloved person. He surely would have given them all of his affection. Since he ended up immersing himself in black magic instead, maybe we should assume that there was no such child. Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know, right? That story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuin House? Enough of that. That is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father. Tell us, Aunt Natsuhi. I think even you would agree that there's no time to hide things from each other. It's a worthless story. Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants of the head family to give them some on-the-job experience. The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby. For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his blood magic. And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time. So I half believed it myself. And these servants who came from the Fukuin house are... There are several of them. But Shannon and Cannon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices? After all, everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young. About the same age as Shannon or Cannon could. I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby. Jessica! Mind your words!
When Aunt Natsu, he scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone felt quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet, I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. The 6 chosen by the key. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in this smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that had supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. Sacrifices! Here! What the hell, Badler? You're creeping me out. 6 sacrifices. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. Oh, they're just now it's just now clicking in. It's just now setting in for the rest of them. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. There's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning. And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices. Ooh, I've been saying that from the beginning. That's what I've been saying. That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Ooh, the culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key. This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something. After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths. It sure does. Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5, 13 people who must die. How many people are normally on this island? It changes depending on the shifts for the servants. But there's Father, my husband, Jessica, and me. And 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. Which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony. No, wait. There's that rumor that Grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony. So what does this mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices? And waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of the year that this ceremony could be held? When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased. Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right up tomorrow it'll be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes, when your luck is down and you get bored, and you roll a dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. Then, the feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical powers and become incarnate. The magic that Grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that. The key randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery. So, to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony. Ridiculous! Are you saying that this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible! Impossible! Impossible!
But Natsuhi-san, the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that.
On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. Could this be talking about Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama?
Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter there.
That's right. After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place. The third twilight was just like Aunt Natsuhi just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. If you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Aniki's parents were killed with those demon's ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head.
Fucking Kinzo!
That's Grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. Wait, hold on. Back up. Gouge the chest and kill. Oh my god! Fucking Cannon was the fifth twilight! Fuck! On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. It's gonna be fucking... Dude, the seventh night is gonna be fucking... The seventh night is gonna be fucking Kumasawa because she keeps falling to her knees. Gouge the stomach and kill. Gouge the leg and kill. All right, so someone's gonna get gouged in the stomach with. Someone's gonna get gouged in the stomach with a dagger. Someone's gonna get gouged in the knee with a dagger. How are you gonna kill with the knee though? Wait, you can't. How are you gonna stab someone in the knee and kill them that way? Or the leg, for that matter. I guess blood loss. But like, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. It's Grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. You can gouge the knee and then kill them some other way. Yeah, I guess, but the other people that were gouged, like that was like how they were killed. Like, as far as I know,
As far as I know. Fucking Ava and Hideyoshi were both stabbed in the head. So, like, that's obviously gonna kill. That's obviously going to kill. Cannon was stabbed in the chest. So even though he didn't die right away. Awesome time. Holy shit.
Yay!
Socks, thank you for the raid with the party. Thank you very much for the party. Raid with a party of 114. Yay. I took the text off the screen. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Yay. I am reading Umineko. The text is not on screen right now. I am in the middle of reading Umineko episode 1. Shit's happening. As soon as I put the text on screen, back on screen, there's gonna be fucking super spoilers. So if you are trying to read Umineko for yourself, leave. Just switch to Japanese. You right. You right. No, because you right is the thing. Okay. No, I don't want to switch to Japanese because I'm afraid it's gonna like load. It's gonna like switch to a new save or something. But what's up, everybody? Socks, thank you so much for the raid. How's everybody doing? I hope TRPG was a lot of fun. I hope TTRPG was a lot of fun. It was fucking crazy. It for sure was. That's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. Okay. All right. I am going to right click. I'm going to right click on the count of 5. I'm going to right click and I'm going to go back to reading what I was reading. This is a blind playthrough. No spoilers or anything in chat. No backseating, even though you really can't backseat, but still don't try. In 5, I'm going to right click and go and keep reading. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But his forehead, no, his head had been gouged. Grandfather was the victim of the 4th Twilight? Yeah, that's spoilers. Like literally the funniest possible screen that I could have been rated on. Literally the funniest possible fucking screen that I could have been rated on by over 100 people. Just insane. Just insane. Just crazy. Just fucking crazy. Grandfather was the victim of the 4th Twilight? Then Cannon-kun was on the 5th Twilight, gouge the chest and kill. We thought Cannon-kun's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest. If the culprit has followed the epitaph this far, does that mean the 3 people still have to die? On the 6th Twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th Twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th Twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Yes, you could read it that way. Ugh. Well, I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the 9th Twilight. Take a look, y'all. On the 9th Twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. We're all gonna be killed by Beatrice. I don't get it. Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather after? Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too, no matter what? Yeah, but if you have more people, that's the fucking thing that he was just talking about. If magic is proportional to the amount of risk, if the amount of risk is proportional to the strength of the miracle and therefore the strength of the magic, then that means the more people that are here, that means the more, like, the riskier all of this is, which means if it works, it's gonna fucking work.
It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we'll finally arrive at the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight, at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the 2nd and 3rd of the 4 treasures.
One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived, even if he died partway through the ceremony?
Ridiculous! That's insane! When you die, it's over, right? The dead don't come back to life. Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished? So is this what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored?
If what you're saying now is right, would that mean that grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love, is committing suicide? No, a massive forced group suicide?
Genji, is such a thing possible?
I don't know. Master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself.
Okay, should we take that for a yes? What do you say, Kumasawa-san? I don't know anything. That's right, I don't know. Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know? I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off, that's right.
What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years. Robbie, if you're still here, I'm sorry.
I feel the same as Genji-san. Kinzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times.
Oh God, my fucking throat. I'm out of water. I'm out of water. Nanjo has spoken more in this fucking episode than any other. My fucking throat is killing me. He did live a lot longer than anyone thought he was going to, so like that's true.
Even I don't know what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph.
All we can say is that even if Father did write this script, someone else is carrying it out.
That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who's attacked Grandfather and Canon-kun. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold Grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, Grandfather was still alive, but at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant that Grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume that Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract, with Grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, This was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
Look, another letter from Beatrice.
Huh? What did you say? Maria was pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. Oh! A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? What in the... Aunt Natsui let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still in her hand. Bruh. Bruh. So, why is there still an envelope on the table? What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from?
Just now, I looked and it was lying there. Ooh.
I don't know anything. Anything! This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Get back! All of you! Back against the wall! Aunt Natsui was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Uh-oh. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same. But a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Aunt Natsuhi had. Bruh. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table. And nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Badler-kun, open that envelope and read what's inside. Sure. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized it was an as-yet unopened envelope. An unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph? As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter there. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's you all! Madam, that's just too horrible. Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at that time, Jessica, George-kun, and Badler-kun were already in front of the portrait. And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So the person who set that letter down is one of you four. Beatrice is here.
Ooh, we aren't Beatrice. Beatrice exists.
Silence! I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you. But without a doubt, at least one among you is the culprit. That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Kanon-kun was killed. Yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it. The truth is that Kumasawa-san entered the boiler room with Kanon-kun and killed him. And then she lied, saying that he had already fallen when she had got there. You're making a mistake, milady. Why would I do something like that? I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed room. When they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only ones who didn't were the servants. But does that mean it's really okay to suspect them? Yeah, now that you mention it,
They have no alibi for any of the cases.
Should we really be so quick to make that judgment?
But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious, localized entirely within Kinzo's study. Only one of the 4 of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the 4 did it.
Natsuhi-san, please calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain is on your mind right now.
Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, you are Father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You have been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation?
Of course not. Calm yourself.
It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically plead his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, you were grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to father, with you as the performer? If by suspecting me, you recognize me as the master's greatest servant, then I count it a great honor, regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there.
Do you expect us to just accept that? You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And Maria-chan, too.
Not content to suspect just the adults, Aunt Natsuhi pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria, too. Okay, no, I don't know about this one. Natsuhi, stop. I don't know about this one. Let's, okay, I don't know. I don't know. You're losing me. You're losing me. I don't know. I don't know about this one. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot. Maria-chan, by this point we can no longer remove someone from just suspicion just because they're young. So for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone's had since last night. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter? Ooh. Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear. Who gave you that letter?
How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch. If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around. See? She's right there. Beatrice is. Don't mess with us, Maria! Enough, Jessica. Maria, too. Don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other up pointlessly. I don't understand. Who do you all want the culprit to be? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own. When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed. Only then do you want to believe in a human you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice. That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists. You all can't see her. Silence! I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making this situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy. Then what will you do? Shoot me? I don't mind. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened. Then all the dead will be resurrected. Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't keep her with us. But Aunt Natsuhi, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria. Please remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow. They're scared of the police. Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law. But that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon. Once the typhoon passes, the law will return. So you mustn't shoot. How can you stay so calm, George Nissan? One of these four is the culprit. No, maybe all four of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed our parents? Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them. But that would be simple barbarism. I will leave the judgment of the crimes to the law. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger. I feel the same as George Aniki. Aunt Natsuhi, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, stay cool 3 times. Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not on Rokkenjima, not in the Ushiromiya mansion. I declare it as Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family. There is no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That's my duty as a mother and as representative to the family. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Aniki and I were standing on the side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety, Genji-san and Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right. They're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Ruh. Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that in themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
Calm yourself, Natsuhi-san. Still, I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange repeated incidents. So, I understand well why you want to suspect us.
If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand, just this once.
Very well. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? If that is what you wish, by all means.
I don't want to! After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right? I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. It was obvious what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. The current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects, was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanen-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption, or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuhi from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san. It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that Beatrice exists. so it'll definitely be okay. I'll watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It's so boring here without TV.
It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the 3 other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. Well then, Natsuhi-san, that will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow.
Yes, please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Genji, I leave them in your hands.
Certainly. Oh, it can't be helped, can it? They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children.
Genji, Kumasawa, my sincere apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Maria-chan too. Please forgive your cold aunt. Ooh, I forgive you. Ooh.
Oh, it's okay.
Madam, the keys to this room. I will hand both over to you.
Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi.
And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion.
He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. Oh, but they aren't trusted now. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face. Genji, I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. To treat you like this makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart.
I have already received the master's favor. Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that. Please, do not worry over it. Well then, shall we, everyone? Good night to you all.
Ooh, good night. Good night to you too, Badler. Ooh.
Maria, wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain. This repels magic, right? Wear it.
Ooh? Didn't you say you dropped it?
Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I'd lost it. There's no way I'd lose the precious charm you gave me. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
Well then, everyone, good night to you.
We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. And here, the second page is where it reveals that George is the George is the killer. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I had mistakenly thought that there was only one. Oh, it's too late. It's too late. Oh, it's too fucking late. No. No, 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 no. It's too late. They're dead. There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle, written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different. This magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. Bro, we fucked up. We fucked up. We fucked up so bad. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon has passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything. With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely. Even as she said that, Natsuhi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least, not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. I fucking broke it. Bruh, back up. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them, our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another. The worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Natsuhi faced the door, without letting go of her rifle, even for an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at that door without a wink of sleep. George Aniki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuhi, with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she had just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she'd used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. Just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jessica liked Kanon-kun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible. So sad. Come to think of it, Kanon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd research the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up in here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it.
You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint? Not a thing. The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. Just how many languages could Grandfather read? He's incredible. Aren't you tired, Battler-kun? You should take a rest while someone else stays awake. Aunt Natsui said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that. We should take turns sleeping. Then you sleep first, Aniki. I'll keep researching till I get sleepy. You mean that magic circle just now? Yeah, we've got plenty of time to kill. I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice-sama put in it. Give it a rest. Mess around with stuff like that and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird. Don't worry, I've been certified by Maria. She said, I've got no spiritual talent at all. Were we too cruel to Maria? Jessica, you mustn't think that now. But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved and there's a culprit besides her, then she's obviously a soft target for the murderer. If she's killed because of this, then we've just left her to die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting so tough and regretting it later. I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit, and she might have been siding with them, talking like that over and over to further confuse matters. And I'm relieved that we chased them out. That's pretty harsh, Aunt Natsuhi. Couldn't it just be the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief. If that is the case, then tomorrow we will apologize for what we did. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room. This isn't something the rest of you have to worry about. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, then so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin. I think the reason Maria-chan adores witches and magic so much might be Aunt Rosa. Aunt Rosa? What does she have to do with this? Didn't you realize it too, Battler-kun? Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago. Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip. Talking about Rosa's family has become a kind of taboo in the Ushiromiya family. Is that the issue? Is that the problem with the co-signing? Because it was her fucking, like, deadbeat husband? I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying, but I also believe Maria-chan may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. After all, she sometimes got really emotional and hit Maria-chan. I agree with you there. It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying hard to like Maria, which means that she didn't really like her. She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying. I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart. So, she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart. Did you know? To Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all. Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook? Yeah, it was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday when we were down by the beach, doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy.
Maria felt the sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had she sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Yesterday, or someday, a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. Something claiming to be the witch of Rokenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, where Maria could be happy. Now that it's come to this, I want to confess what's in my heart. Throwing out Maria-chan, no. Genji-san and the rest too, was probably the wrong thing to do, I think. It wasn't pleasant. Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now. And how do you all explain that letter? No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us. You could have. You could have. I made sure of that with my own eyes. If those 4 are innocent, how was that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people? That's right. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious. But it's all useless. It's all useless. Useless? What is? Right. It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. In other words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird? That's right. Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit? You're right. That's weird. If they were going to do that, you'd think they'd put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it in from the outside. Of course, they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room. Yeah, that's it exactly. If the culprit was one of those 4, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless. But putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there, if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those 4, in other words, someone who is outside the room, then they had a lot to gain from that letter. Enough, Badler-kun. It's meaningless to discuss such matters now. Natsuki-san quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and simply held her tongue. If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this. That's right. It's the same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? That theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord. If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out, and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord. Which would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely and sent out some new potential sacrifices. Genji and the rest aren't fools. When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room. They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Aunt Natsuhi hadn't answered the question. Aunt Natsuhi herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsuhi, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. Except Maria. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable. Hey, Aunt Natsuhi, let me say something a little harsh, okay? At that time, what if, by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you? Would you have chased Jessica from the room too? It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened. But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what. Because of that duty, you chased them out, even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it. It's not like I'm condemning that, but, I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has. That's right. You've been dealing with these incidents since this morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time without losing your composure. If you were all confused too, like the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. Yup, we sure would, wouldn't we? So, I think we all have to thank you. Thank you. So what you two are trying to say is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too? I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her, and yet a few things happened. We got a little confused, and I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her. Mom, please, let's stay together with Maria. No, everyone. There was no culprit among us. The culprit in this case is the witch Beatrice, okay? So, let's stop suspecting each other. Aunt Natsuhi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something? You are my precious daughter, the one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband. I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. Here it is. I found it. It's this magic circle. Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle I'd been drawn to on the second sheet of or that had been drawn on the second sheet of paper of the letter. George Aniki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of this magic circle was discord. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall.
Bro, it's the circle of rage baiting. It's the fucking circle of rage baiting. Oh no. Oh fuck.
Wait a sec. Seriously?
Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state?
We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. So, this letter was a trap? How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except for the 8 of us, right? Anyway, let's ignore how they got it in here for now. The culprit was just after just one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out. In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. Mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent, even if this was all a trap by the culprit. Even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here, and there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, suddenly, the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. Holy fuck. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we'd think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out. But then, Aunt Natsuhi spoke. Why a phone call? The phone should be broken down and unusable. That doesn't matter. If that's Maria calling for help. If the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place, then this call is probably that one sentence.
The ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Aunt Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver. Let's pick it up, Aunt Natsuhi. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria-chan and the rest. That's right. And if it actually is a call from the culprit, bring it on. Why don't we listen to what they've got to say? If it's just a phone call, no matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's gonna hurt you. If you don't pick it up, then I will. I will take it. Hello? I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsuhi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Natsuhi kept saying hello. A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy, which means, could this phone call possibly really be? Natsuhi stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Is someone singing? What do you mean, singing? I don't know. Faintly from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be. Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half-forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything, but because I'd been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice, and it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more explicable. Oh my god, it's all, the other three are dead. The other three are dead. The other three are dead. The other three are dead and Maria's alive. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. Yet, they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it? Hey! Hello? Who is it? Answer me! Is that Maria singing? Answer me! What's happening? What is it? I don't know. All I can say is, this is probably a trap, and Maria's in trouble. Natsuhi took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right. If the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsuhi's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect. Let's go. Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Yeah, definitely. Jessica, Aunt Natsuhi, stay here. When Aniki and I try to dash out, Aunt Natsuhi stopped us. Hold it. I cannot let you go alone. I will go too. Jessica, wait here. No, don't leave Jessica alone. Are you kidding? What, so I'll be the only one left out? Nice try, but I'm going to. Yeah, it might be better that way. If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room. There's no time to argue. Let's all go. Aunt Natsuhi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a three-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a three-pronged spear. Then, the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he had disappeared from that room. Maria! Where are you? Answer me! I listened closely, but I didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before. Maria-chan said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs. That's right. Let's try there.
Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings.
Yeah.
With Aunt Natsui in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle, designed to spread discord, had worked. We had split up and, furthermore, had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Natsui nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution, but the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared. You know, I've been thinking, it wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest like in Kanen-kun's case. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead like in my Karen's case wouldn't be that easy. You think the culprit had some kind of animal strength? They probably had some kind of weapon. A device that can shoot or pound in those ice picks. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by a human strength alone. Either way, they have enough force to break through a skull. I heard Kanen's wound reached as far as his lungs. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? Could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were 4 of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George Aniki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit, in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step then another. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps, and intensely focused our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. As Aunt Natsuhi put her hand on the handle of the doorknob when George Aniki stopped her. I'll open the door. Aunt Natsuhi, Battler-kun, ready your weapons. Understood. Take care. They might attack as soon as we open it. George Nissan, watch yourself. Sure. Then I'll open it. Huh? He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Aunt Natsui took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We had been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room. All that had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. It's open. Thank you. George-kun, Jessica, move behind me. On Natsuhi, let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly through the center. I agree. Ready? I really wish I could say no. I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand. Go! Natsu and I rammed the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place, where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire body stained bright red with the blood. I heard it. What do we got? What do we fucking have? Servant Genji, found in the parlor. He had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his stomach, and his face had been smashed. At the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. Okay, so he's the stomach. Family Dr. Nanjo. Oh, he's the one in the knee. Found in the parlor. His thigh had a weapon. Oh, no. Yeah. His thigh had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and his face had been smashed. At the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. Servant Kumasawa. Found in the parlor. Her calf had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and her face had been smashed. At the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Bruh. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because... that's right. This is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh. No, his knee? That's right, of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the 6th twilight was the stomach, and on the 7th twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa Bachon's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. That's right! On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Oh, now even the 8th twilight is over. And on the 9th twilight, what was it again? Maria was there. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room, just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed. And the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open. Maria? Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here, trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So, now that we found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because, that's right. Even if that's crazy, no, it couldn't be. Maria, stop singing. Are you listening? At some point, Natsu and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still readied, I ran up to her and forcefully No, violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Whoa! Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. Maria, what is this? Who did it? Ooh, Beatrice. Cut that crap! I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all. Quit it, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these three. Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter? Ooh, Beatrice. Well, in that case, it's certain. There is a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Then, Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did they kill these three people? What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way? I don't know. How could you not know? It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing that you didn't notice? Calm down, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, talk to me. Okay? George Aniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly. Maria-chan, why were you facing the wall and singing? Ooh, Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. Ooh. So, did Beatrice come here? Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then? Ooh. Everyone came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji-san made sure to lock the door. It was locked when we got here. But then how did Beatrice get into the parlor? Ooh, Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came through the crack in the door. Huh? Calmly joking at a time like this? Like hell that happened. What are you saying? You can't believe it? That's why I didn't want to say. No matter how I say it, you won't believe. But Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not. And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone? Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force, and she couldn't enter no matter what she did. So she told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said no way. Kumasawa-san kept saying, no way, no way. But Beatrice chose. And when she did, Beatrice said I'd be fine. Why do you think? It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars. The one Battler used to pray for my safety. The one he put his feelings into. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me and me alone. So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. After that, Beatrice spoke. Come, face the wall and sing a song for me. You will sing lots and lots of songs, no matter what happens, no matter what you hear. You won't hear. So no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't know. Come, sing lots of fun songs for me. So I was singing the whole time, over and over. So I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything, and then all of you came. Ooh. Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid? Then who will you suspect this time? Will you suspect me? Gonna try killing me right here? Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now the 8th twilight is over, and Beatrice will revive. Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk. As if witches could exist. As if I'd let myself get tricked. I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. I definitely won't accept it. So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. The legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that. Quit it, Battler. It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. Beatrice came and Maria had to obey. Was unable to resist. Huh? Aunt Natsuhi? She isn't here. Huh? Oh, Mom? Where did she go? Just now. She left by herself, reading a letter.
A letter?
That makes sense.
The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight.
They might have left a letter so they could brag even more.
We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter.
But even as well armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open.
Mom! Mom! What's going on? Open up! Open up!
It was only natural. Natsu had picked up the candle stand, which Badler had thrown at the wall, and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not?
Bruh. No, man. Just no.
Just no. Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuhi threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family. Show yourself! Golden Witch Beatrice!
The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies.
So you have finally shown yourself.
I still can't believe that something like you really exists. But that isn't a problem.
Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushiromiya family, and you, who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushiromiya family, are here right now. At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter. Come, let us settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, or you, Beatrice? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. Was that the letter? Oh man. The gold butterflies slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. No, no, I'm not ready. No, I'm not ready. No, God, I'm not ready. Oh, God, I'm not ready. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 I'm not ready. No, 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 I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet. No, I'm not ready yet. No, hold on. I need water right now. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding. I need water right now. No, oh God. Hold on, I need to drink something. No, God. Hold on. Okay. Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. And go! Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through that gap, and the door was finally released. Oh! At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. Mom! Mom!
Jessica-chan, you mustn't run off by yourself. Was that the sound of a gun just now? Did Aunt Natsuhi shoot? At whom? At the culprit. The noise had come from the entrance hall. The entrance hall looked like a stage, like the heroine of a tragedy, on the ground and bathed in light. Arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Aunt Natsuhi laid face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On Aunt Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? Mom! Gah! I don't get it! Why did Aunt Natsuhi run away alone? And why did she shoot through her own forehead? Maria-chan, Aunt Natsuhi left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it, what did Aunt Natsuhi read and why was she lured out here? I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Ah! Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse trying to find the culprit. George Aniki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort, and only Maria was completely indifferent. So is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations. Congratulations. So lead me to the Golden Land you told me of, right now.
There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it! What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on this island. 14 are dead. Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die until the night is over. No, until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not gonna die. I'll stay alive. I'll stay alive no matter what.
Give it up, Badler. Guns are useless against witches. Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock.
Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon, it will be 12 at night. In other words, 2400. When you think about it, isn't 2400 a strange time? I hope they got fucking fired! It can be called 2400, and it can also be called 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day. At the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. There's an RPG about this. Beatrice! Oh, sorry. Beatrice! Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness, and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George Aniki stood there confused. I looked down at the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction, and the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've gotta be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I can accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then, I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
Didn't I tell you it was meaningless? Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they?
I won't accept the existence of witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away. As the witches laughed. Even the large clock on the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 2400. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when the time ran out had already been revealed.
Badler, George Nichon, and Jessica. The journey has ended, and the witch has revived, see?
And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. No, dude, I'm not. No, dude, I'm not. I don't care what time it is. I don't care what time it is. I'm not stopping. Duh. The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, the sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children who were thought to have survived until the very end were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seemed hopelessly dim. Huh? Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the golden land? They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who had arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle had drifted on the waves to the pier of a neighboring island, was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment, written upon in crumpled small letters. Written there was this tale. Through this notebook fragment, people will finally learn the truth of the mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th, 1986. This incident was later called by many names, such as the Rokonjima mass murders or the 18 killings of Rokonjima, though dilettantes from around the world knew of it as the witch legend serial murders. Lovers of the occult claim that it was all the result of an immoral ceremony that had sealed off the island, and those 2 mysterious days were savagely embellished with many different interpretations, and the story began to spread far and wide. However, not one of these separate interpretations reached the truth. Furthermore, the notebook fragment describes this mysterious incident and does not reveal the truth of what happened there, or perhaps even the writer did not know what the truth was. According to the letter, her name was Ushiromiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. At that gruesome scene, there have been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely fortunate find. Because this jaw had been separated from its body, the police judged that her chances of survival to be hopelessly dim, even though none of her body parts were found or at least identified. And so let us continue this tale with the final section of the notebook fragment that Ushirimiya Maria left behind. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. Those who read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish, Ushirimiya Maria. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch results. Ushirimiya Kraus died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Ushirimiya Rudolph died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Ushirimiya Kyrie died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Ushirimiya Rosa died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Servant Shanna died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Servant Goda died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Ushirimiya Ava died on the second twilight, pierced through the forehead by the stake of Asmodeus, stake of Beelzebub, the stake of Mammon, the stake of Satan, stake of Lucifer, stake of Belphegor, stake of Leviathan. Finally opens up the door of the Golden Land, died on the night twilight. The newest praise Rodovia granted honor of a duel, missing on the 10th twilight. After you acknowledge the existence of the Golden Witch and prostrated herself, Ushirimiya Battler, missing on the 10th twilight. Will the witch invite this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land? The witch will praise the wise and she'll bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. There, they chose to revive the souls of the dead and they love had been lost. After all, no matter how large a mountain of gold they might have desired, it would have been left out of their grasp. George chose his lost fiance. Jessica chose the boy she liked and lost. Maria chose the lost lover of her lost mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out before even one of those 18 people could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Oh my god. Ow. Addition of new features. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. What does that mean? No, what does that mean? Tea party? You have done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rokinjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Do I do it? Northern Lion putting his fingers up to his temple. Should I do it? It is not optional, but up to you if you feel up to it right now. Yeah, fuck it. Episode 1 tea party. Purgatorio. Oh, it's beautiful. Hey everyone. Congratulations on finishing Umineko no Naku Koro ni. Man, I still didn't have a clue what was going on when the story ended. So just what happened? Was that basically the bad ending where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed?
Ooh, definitely a bad ending. Ooh.
That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it.
That's right. If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently.
I wonder about that. Shannon-chan, you did a good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party. As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. Lick, lick, lick. Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end. But she was killed right in the beginning. And on top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed, right? That's the worst.
That was my role, so, there was no way around it.
Nason, it's nothing for you to worry about. Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end. It seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture. Kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Speaking of which, don't you think Cannon's last moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right? It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right? Though, in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in. Still, I think Cannon-kun's death was a big hint. After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear. That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious, so it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Cannon. Ooh, I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over. Ooh. I don't want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was a witch calling herself Beatrice. That's right. There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do. Ooh, only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Ava in that closed room. A human couldn't do it. Ooh. Not only is the existence of a 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine. In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice. We probably met at the very end. Met with the Golden Witch. Like I kept saying, Beatrice exists. It all went bad because no one ever believed. Ooh. Even one of her witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. Ooh. That's right. Beatrice-sama is generous to those who respect her. It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath up to the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another. Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning. But if that's the case, how do you excuse me, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right? Beatrice-sama probably had her reasons. If the Song of the Epitaph represented Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed. He must simply have been designated to be one of those. Shannon-chan, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty. Well, it's not like it hurt. Anyway, right now I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling. Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure this story would fit into the standard mystery genre. I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy. After all, a Western mansion shut away from the outside world on an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's minds? It sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me. Ooh, it's not fantasy. Beatrice exists. Ooh. Yes, we understand. Beatrice-sama does exist. That's right. Beatrice-sama does exist. I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice, because it's obvious that a 19th person, a witch, was involved. Many things happened that'd be impossible for humans. During the story, we tried to deny it in all sorts of ways. But now, I can say for sure, each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of the power magic could provide. The culprit was a witch. That point's perfectly clear. Long live Beatrice. Ooh, everyone believed! I'm so glad. Ooh! Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them, but I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them. I think you're right. So this murder case game is finally over. Now's the time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right? Ooh, I agree. Beatrice will definitely be happy. Everyone ignored that letter during the story. Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it. I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice-sama. I've got the epitaph written down right here. Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it. This story probably went wrong ever since that time. That may be so. Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning, like Beatrice said. Well, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go. Let's try to solve the riddle of the epitaph. It was something like, behold the Sweetfish river running through my beloved hometown. Maria put her notebook on the table and opened it to the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happy. Oh, that sounds great. Where's Badler? Hold on a second, you guys. But Badler spoke out in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all this fun? I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all of this? Don't you realize something like that can exist? With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Badler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Badler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well. Because, isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? Badler, did you seriously just doubt the Golden Witch during tea time? Not fucking cool, man. That's right. That's right. None of the cases would have been possible for a human. That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain? I don't understand what you're saying, Badler-sama. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's no way something like a witch exists, right? Then what about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half my face? If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? Well, it's hard to imagine how they did something that awful, but that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Let's say they used some electrical tools like a grinder or an electric saw. Then Badler, how do you explain Grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room? Even though the door was sealed, Grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right? We talked about that during the story too. It's not impossible that Grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down, and ought not to, he locked the window from the inside. I can think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic. That makes sense, but in that case, Badler-kun, how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? The door was sealed by the lock and the chain. Naturally, the window was sealed too. How do you think a human could have killed my parents? Well, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Anyways, there's at least a good chance the culprit had a key, and it's possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed. I know this is a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack. Like maybe they stuck something through it. Well, even though the door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room. Still, there's probably some closed room trick they could have used. If you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that'd fit perfectly. Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim that there's nothing humans can't do if they try hard enough. Isn't that argument horribly irrational? It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible to do, for a human to do something even though you can't explain how. Why is that ridiculous? Why did all of you stop thinking? Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that? Badler, you're the one being ridiculous. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. You can't, can you? And you're okay with saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it? With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit. Badler, you're sidestepping the issue and you aren't explaining anything. We're saying a human couldn't have done it. Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human. And that something is a witch. And yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible, even though you can't explain anything. It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages. Like those fools who claimed that the heavens spun around the earth. Those who said that the earth couldn't be spinning, even though they couldn't explain why. That argument kind of pisses me off. So this is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how a human could do it, then I must accept that the culprit is a witch.
It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. We're just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense.
We're not saying that you have to believe in the witch, but we are saying that if you don't believe in the witch, you're a fucking idiot. It's harsh, but it's the truth.
Nonsense? Hey, have I really been saying something that weird just now? Am I the one who's crazy? You guys are really starting to freak me out. Badler-sama, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Can you explain how a human could have done that? At that time, the locations of the 18 were well known. Even so, I was killed. We talked about it in this story as well, right? Kumasawa Bachan, for example. She said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room. But we can't know for sure that that was a lie or not. For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe when you stepped in the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap that might have been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks. After all, the stink of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit had just set up a trap beforehand, they could easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Kanin-kun's death to create an alibi. You talk about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be? That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room. But we couldn't find any kind of weird device, did we? That is correct. Badler-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with? Well, I don't know that. But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap, or maybe someone's lying. What about this? Kanin-kun, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? That's it. You were play acting. Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the closed room themselves, and they were only pretending to be dead. Badler, has your head been, feeling okay? Should I bring some cold drinks? Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right? I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think of it all as a trick. Look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery novels to have one of the victims just be playing dead? A classic trick? In other words, when Kanin-kun was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were. And let's assume that Kumasawa Bachan wasn't lying. But if that's only counting the survivors, what if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so we'd lose track of them, and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained. Huh? So were you trying to say that Aunt Ava or one of the others was the culprit? But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm all of their deaths as a doctor? That's right. Dr. Nanjo checked all of the victims. Badler-sama, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too? Yeah, that's right. Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See? That's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it? But Dr. Nanjo was also killed, right? About that. That's right. Dr. Nanjo faked his death. After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway. We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse. With this theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around. I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. After all, the shutter was closed, and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside. That's right. Mom was holding on to that key. So was Mom one of the culprits too? Wait a sec. Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Aniki's parents, the door was only locked on the outside, so they could have opened it from the inside. That's right. After we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first. Is that too much of a stretch? Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses. Look, he said it himself, right? He said there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses. If you disguised it well enough or prepared a substitute body, you could fake your own death. Let's leave the method or trick they used for later. And you see, it's not hard to deny that a 19th person existed, right? Much less a witch, right? At least that much is completely impossible. I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit. In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives? That's not it. It's just... I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed. And even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation at the very end, after everything else has been disproved. There's no way witches exist, right? Why has everyone been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. But is it okay to let that fool you? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people? Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents? Jessica, don't you want to avenge Kanon-kun? And Kanon-kun, don't you want to avenge Shannon-chan? Shannon-chan, you should at least want to know who it was that killed you. Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all of you? The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake. It's too late, Battler-kun. I have already depicted myself as the wise witch believer, and you as the idiotic 19th person denier. I'm shocked. All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, Battler. So, what's next? How would a human do it? In practical terms, I mean. I imagine you'll say, I just can't think of anything now, or using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. What I really want to know, Battler, is this. Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe? Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way. It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed in around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart. You realize that you're acting just like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right? Battler-sama, I understand your feelings, but Beatrice does exist. Battler-kun, why don't you believe? Even though there's so much proof. I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain it. Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause? That's wrong, isn't it? There's nothing that can't be explained without magic. All of this about witches and magic is just abdication of thought. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. Isn't that right? Well, unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone won't believe no matter what, Battler. If even a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur. So if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the miracle, the magic won't be completed. Now I see. I finally figured it out. So, in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say the witch exists, right? A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth. Is that what this is all about? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I keep going on about this. But what you're all doing is useless. I refuse. You guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless. Why? Sorry. Why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time? If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way. And it's not the indirect way of saying, it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic. Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what'll really dig her grave. You said that even if one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not, even if I alone don't believe. So any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I don't believe in them are downright lies. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before.
When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Cannon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. Yes! Yes! 6 streams! 6 streams! We did it! We fucking did it!
Beatrice.
Oh. Oh, okay, hold on. No, give me a second. Fuck, give me a second. How amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time. What? Who are you? Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to? How amusing indeed. This is Beatrice-sama, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. It is an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive Battler-kun's ranting. This guy's just stubborn, and, he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with backbone such as yourself every once in a while.
It is quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler.
How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch, that a 19th person is the culprit? This is starting to get interesting. And it's all useless. You must be the illusion that Maria and the others call the witch Beatrice. And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of a half existence, right? That's why you want me to, that's why you want to make me believe too. You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Isn't that right? Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. You're a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours. I've got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble of showing yourself to us, but I don't believe you exist in the slightest. It is true that many strange things happened during those 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think all the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender. I'm different from the rest of them, got it? I'm him. I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it. This keeps getting more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. You're just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name. I'd love to try making a man like you kiss my toes. If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. I'll explain all these events with humans and tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches. Wonderful! What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. Then let me ask you. A short while ago that you said using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Ava and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Does that mean this is the trick you're proudest of? Miss Real Culprit? Whoa! They got fucking Thanos! With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle, multicolored smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. Oh my god. The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by the chain, was... That's right. It's the door to the room where Ava and Hideyoshi were killed. A nice trick. Very well. Show me what you would do through this small crack, Battler. If you could see the face if you could see the face I'm making right now. If you could see the face I'm making right now. Oh. Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. They probably had some device to shoot those ice picks. If they use that, how would they reach Ava over on the bed when you can't see that far through this crack? We can hear that? I know, that's the joke. And how would they reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut? Damn, there's a crack. There should be some way. If you can't think of one, allow me. Oh, how would a witch do it? Come on, let's see your little trick. Battler, you're being rude to Beatrice. How nice, how nice. What a charming man. That will make it even more fun to force him into submission. You really want to make me kiss your toes that much? Only if I surrender. But watch. I'll definitely expose this trick, and then I'll make you kiss my ass instead. What a delightful man. I'll remember that promise. Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power, because there's no more humiliating oath. Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender. Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, that golden pipe was her precious magic cane. Come, arise, children. I am the guide of purgatory. Forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people. Beelzebub and Asmodeus, come, forgive the sins. Release the spirits of the sinners. What? The picks of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. Then, several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. And at the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. Oh, that was satisfying. That was pleasant. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of the 2 picks burying themselves deep into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Right down the middle. Want to see? They definitely heard 2 sounds, like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it, since he was on the other side of the door. But those 2 had died again, and the second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had laid the last time, with the exact same blood spray as before. You moron! That's insane! You think you could just kill them like that? I can kill them. I can kill them just like this. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest. Cannon-kun! Cannon-kun! Damn it! Badler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher. Cannon was captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. Beatrice-sama, please forgive him. I think Cannon-kun has repented enough. Wonderful. I am generous to those who respect me. Don't screw with me! Do you think I'll accept your existence just because of this cheap act? Like hell you're a 1,000-year-old witch. Your tricks aren't 1,000-year-old. They're just a sum of a century of classic tricks from the mystery genre. There's no such thing as magic. Definitely not. All of the crimes can be explained with humans and tricks. You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years of humans? Good. This is precisely why I've taken a liking to you. Foolish Badler. Cut it out, Badler-kun. You can't go against the witch. Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache, but apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing in against her cheek, and drops of sweat appeared all over her body. Shannon! Hang in there! Hang in there! What's going on? Damn it, what the hell is that red stuff? It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then, the stupid dunce Badler finally realized they're really tearing into him. Please, Badler-kun. Please believe in Beatrice. I beg you. Because you won't believe. Because you won't believe. The magic is dissolving. For the first time in his life, Badler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red sprayed even landed on Badler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again. Shannon! Damn it! Stop it! Don't humiliate the dead! Don't humiliate the dead! This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into a black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Badler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination. Bro, this narrator is ruthless! About the nature of this strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. Stop it! What did Aniki do? What did Jessica do? Just stop it! Badler, don't let the witch break your spirit. Deny her. Erase her. As long as at least one person denies her, she's an illusion that can't exist. Are you okay, Jessica? What? Aniki! George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat has been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. Another lower jaw. And it was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate. Ooh, Badler, quickly, believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve. Maria, it's all over your body too.
I revive all the dead with my magic. But as long as you don't believe, that magic will hold no true power. But I'm sure that a man like yourself won't surrender to something like this, right? Paddler, we didn't want to doubt our friends. We refused to face reality and gave in to the witch. But Paddler, you won't give in to the witch. Jessica! Ah! Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up, it was impossible to tell them apart. Badler, don't cry. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over, so there's nothing to be sad about. So, even if we die, we're still just fine. The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish Battler watched and screamed. Whoa. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. A witch? Magic? I'll risk my body and soul to deny you. No matter what happens, I can't accept you. Now that you've gone so far to piss me off, I'll never forgive you. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. I definitely won't forgive you. You'll regret making me, Ushiromiya Battler, your enemy. I'll deny you no matter what. No matter how baffling things get, it can all be explained by humans. I'll erase every cell of you from this world. Well said. Battler, was it? That's just the thing to divert me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Come, explain. Try explaining it all with humans and tricks. And learn how lowly humans are. Let's see if what humanity has built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000 years. That's what will make forcing you to submit so pleasant. So tell me, you who call yourself Battler, what about Maria's letter? How the 6 were killed, the shutter, the receipt seal, the closed room with the chain, Cannon in the boiler room, Kenji and the others in the lounge, Natsuhi's suicide, the riddle of the epitaph, the location of the hidden gold. Yes, Battler. Why don't you show me the power of humans? Ah! Whoa! Whoa! If you could see my face right now, if you could see my face right now, oh, we fucking broke it. Addition of new elements, question mark, question mark, question mark has been added. You can find this new feature on the title screen. What the fuck is question mark, question mark, question mark? Welcome to the tea party for those who are not human.
Is there more? Am I not done? This one is short if you want to wrap it up. All right. Yeah, fuck it. No, I'm going in. I'm going in. I'm going in. I'm going in. What sort of black tea shall I prepare next? Allow me to display every refined tea that ever was and ever shall be. Yes! 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 Holy shit, I didn't realize you were here too!
Dried plum black tea. The kind that goes for 200 yen a pack. For 1,000 years I have been fond of black tea, but I did not know of such a thing. I will never tire of living in this world. Beto, you don't have to display such hostility. I am just a wandering witch. I didn't come with the intention of violating the rules of your territory. Hostility? I bear nothing of the sort. I am just terribly concerned with seeing to it that the legendary witch, Lady Bernkastel, is well attended to. You misunderstand. I am powerless. Before a witch such as you, who possesses the dreadful power to kill an individual 100 times, I am completely powerless. That a powerless lady witch like you possesses a power that none can approach is what is truly terrifying. After all, that great witch, Lady Lambda Delta, was dethroned by you alone. I only won an endurance contest. She simply got tired. That's not what Lady Lambda Delta said, though. Too much humility can be unseemly, Lady Bernkastel. That girl has a dreadful power. The power to kill an individual without fail. However, without fail doesn't exist in this world. No matter how many times you divide 1, you can never reach 0. That girl has the power to bring the odds of failure down to almost exactly 0. The power to give rise to almost perfect certainty. I hope I never have to fight such a terrifying witch again. However, you have the power to cause success without fail, as long as the odds are not 0. Though you say without fail doesn't exist in this world, you possess an infallible power yourself. How very terrifying. The power to kill an individual endlessly. I think you're the more terrifying one. You jest. From your point of view, mine is but a trifling power. This is most certainly one would call empty praise. Call it flattery to make up for the cost of staying here. I am a fleeing traveler who crosses the fragments, continually running from boredom. I simply came around because I heard you started something interesting. Have no doubts that I will choose to leave as soon as you are no longer interesting. I, Beatrice, am deeply and humbly delighted to have the great Lady Bernkastel as an observer. And so, your impressions? Lambda Delta is terrifying because of her cruelty, but she's a girl I can understand. You do seem to be capable of affection, but I can't understand you at all. That makes you much more terrifying than her. I am fickle by nature. Do forgive me. Besides, I believe you also enjoy entrusting your fate to the roll of fickle dice. Right, Lady Bernkastel? When I roll the dice, I have a roll I clearly want to get. Unlike you. You, on the other hand, never let the dice fall from your hand. So whatever the roll might have been, you're never disappointed. Whatever roll the dice show, you are satisfied without fail. In that sense, you far surpass me. You're one I really don't want to fight with. Inside of you, there's nothing but zero. That's why I can't win against you with my power. It's the worst compatibility. Perhaps Lambda Delta, on the other hand, has a good compatibility against you, since she would be able to kill your endless nature. Oh yes, witches truly are the best people to enjoy black tea with. One doesn't get bored. Then, I'm relieved. Boredom is the only poison that can kill me. So, don't kill me, okay? Lady Beatrice, Endless Witch. If such is your wish, I, Beatrice, shall show you an even better time. In that case, wouldn't it be best if I brought the next chessboard in right away? It seems the next tale would do more for you than another cup of black tea. Just wait for a moment. Something troublesome seems to have taken a liking to you. I'd really like to lend you my power, but as you just heard, that girl's power and mine have a very bad compatibility. Unfortunate as that may be, but you really are pitiful, so I'll help you out just a bit. First of all, about that girl. She does have the name Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman. Get what I mean? In other words, she's not some human. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world. To beat her, you have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them. Perhaps this can be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching a game. First, take a good look at the chessboard. Then, learn the movements and roles of the pieces. Then, look for the conditions required to win at her game. When you've managed to reveal all these things, her heart will be exposed. After that, you can rip it apart or crush it as you please. I am being quite generous. In the past, when I had a human body, it took me 100 years to notice even this much. This is my meager farewell gift to you, the pitiful one captured by Beto. It's just like a spoon. A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soup.
That's another screenshot.
You can use it to dig through the prison you're locked in, or as a weapon to gouge the witch's eyes out. Of course, you can also use the spoon to continually sip the watery soup inside your eternal cell. Don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of becoming your ally. I do feel empathy for you, but I won't help you. It's like I'm sitting in front of the television yelling at you on the other side, even though my voice won't reach you.
I can't imagine something like that.
So, you understand that I am a witch, right? I intend to enjoy this endless tale that Beto is going to weave until I tire of it. But that alone won't hold my interest. That's why I'll lend you my power. It's all so that I don't get tired of this. I am the cruelest witch in the world. Whoever the opponent may be, I'll make them surrender with certainty. Even if it's Beatrice, the Endless Witch, okay? You are my game piece. Give it your best shot. I'll give you advice sometimes, out of her sight. Don't bore me, okay?
I'm back! Where did everybody go? Holy fuck. Addition of a new game board. The episode's next lock has been removed. Addition of new features. You can find these new features on the title screen. Tips. Take a look back on your recent stay. We hope this will help you better recall the events of the past few days. Well, That's, um, that's episode 1. That's episode 1 of Umineko When They Cry. Episode 1 of 8. Oh, man. What if I... Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure. Alright. Oh, man. Fuck me. Oh, that was great. Ooh, you want to read the synopsis to episode 2 so bad? I didn't. I promise I didn't. I promise I actually, like, did not read it. Oh my god. I honestly don't even know what to say. I'm like stupefied. I'm stupefied. What do you even say? Like, yeah, like, right? Fuck, I don't know. It's so cool. It's so cool. So much happened. So much happened. And I have to, like, I need to, like, digest and wrap my head around it all and what happened. But I'm so glad that we finished this episode tonight. I'm so glad that we finished this episode tonight. And I'm so fucking glad that Beatrice was finally on fucking screen. I'm so glad that Beatrice is finally on fucking screen. Jesus H. My shit's been purple for fucking 6 streams. Oh, no, that was awesome. Oh, that reveal was so good. That reveal was so good. It was everything I wanted it to be. It was everything I wanted it to be and more. That ending was just fucking perfect. All right. That's gonna do it for tonight. Let me check and see if there's any art anywhere. Fuck, I missed it all. There ain't no way. There just ain't no way. You're just gonna have to watch the VOD, I'm afraid. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Fuck, man. Okay. No art, it appears, anywhere. Let me just go, let me check my email just to make sure. Hold on. Google says it's downloading one message. Hold on. Google says it's downloading one message any second now. Okay, no. Nothing. Nothing. All right. That's perfect. Cool. So that'll do it for stream then. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. Oh my god, my voice is like fucking fading. I need to bring like a gallon of water up with me next time I do one of these streams. Holy fuck. I had to bring up a fucking gallon of water. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. I will see you guys next week. Next week's gonna be fucking busy. Next week's gonna be fucking busy. It's Saturday now. On Sunday, if all goes according to plan, on Sunday we will of course have more Columbo Sunday in the Discord. And then Tuesday will be Umineko. Hopefully. Tuesday should be more Umineko. Because I'm gonna be fucking busy as shit the next half of the week. Wednesday and Thursday I'm gonna be on sock streams, or I'm gonna certainly try to be. So the 18th and the 19th are gonna be busy. But then the 20th is my fucking American Heart stream. My American Heart Association Heart Month stream. So look forward to that. As a reminder, I will be playing through the classic the NES Mega Man games with crowd control enabled, at least the ones that have it. So look forward to that. I will have more information about that probably like I'll try to have all that together like by Sunday. And then yeah. So that'll do it, I think. I'm pretty sure. Umineko crowd control. It's just go back a page. Go back this many pages. Go forward this many pages. What a funny idea that would be. All right. Enough. No more. I'm gonna toss you guys over to Dollop Days, who is currently playing Arknight's Enfield. So go check that out. Have a fun time. The raid phrase is a spoon can be used for more than soup. A spoon can be used for more than soup. And I will see you guys later. Good night. Have a good rest of your night, of your weekend. And just remember that witches aren't real, and everything that they do can be proved by humans and tricks. So, good night.
Dicky Linden, Ricky Racky, Ricky Din, Dicky Linden, Ricky Ricky Dicky Din, let's go.